A very pleasant good afternoon to you. Welcome to Brevard College, Gil Cohen Field, the home of Brevard College baseball for today's matchup, a USA South Conference doubleheader. Games 1 and 2 of a three-game series between Brevard and Maryville. First pitch is set for 12 noon Eastern Time. Sunny skies, chilly temperatures, and occasional wind gust that we'll keep an eye out for, but should be a good one between Brevard and Maryville coming up shortly. We'll be bringing you multiple camera angles from throughout the broadcast and hope you're able to enjoy this edition of Brevard College Baseball. Hang around. We'll have first pitch coming up at 12 noon Eastern Time. Thanks for joining. Brevard versus Maryville coming up shortly. So minutes away from the start of game one of a doubleheader between Brevard and Maryville. Glad you're able to tune in wherever you may be tuning in from for this edition of Brevard College Baseball. Sunny skies, chilly temperatures, occasional wind gust, and should be a great day of baseball overall. A doubleheader between the Tornadoes and the Scots. Tornadoes starting lineup is as follows. Leading off, designated hitter number 1, Donnie Carcillo. Batting second, the left fielder number 41, Zach Allison. Batting third, the shortstop number 2, Jason Jucker. Batting fourth is the first baseman number 23, J.J. Wilkes. Batting fifth, the right fielder number 19, Cade Stecker. Batting sixth, the catcher number 11, Christian Ezel. Batting seventh, the third baseman number 15, Ryan Roon. Batting eighth, the center fielder number 9, Jack Atkinson. Batting ninth, the second baseman number 0, Zach Wolf. And on the mound for the Tornadoes, number 29, Bryce Foster, the right-handed pitcher from right here in Brevard, North Carolina. Maryville's starting lineup. Leading off, the second baseman number 32, Jerry Meredith. Batting second, the shortstop, Gabe Lopez. Batting third, the center fielder, Derek Hurt. Batting fourth, the DH, Alden Wright. Batting fifth, the left fielder, Cody Gregory. Batting sixth, the first baseman, Will Hubble. Batting seventh, the third baseman, Colton Hicks. Batting eighth, the catcher, Luke McLemore. Batting ninth, the right fielder, Ian Campbell. And on the mound for the Scots is number 38, the senior, Jordan Davis, the right-hander from Maryville, Tennessee. Well, head coaches with some final discussion with the umpiring crew. Coaches meeting, going over some final ground rules. Head coach Mike Victory for the Tornadoes. He's assisted by Rob Julian and Steve Huckey, and the head coach for Maryville is Clint Helton. So just minutes away from Tornadoes versus Scots, game one of a three-game series, doubleheader today, and then game 3 tomorrow here at Gil Cohen Field. Thanks for joining in this edition of Brevard College Baseball. Well, pregame ceremonies complete, ready to get going here. Game one of the doubleheader between Brevard and Maryville. Bryce Foster on the mound for the Tornadoes, the senior. And he will lead off against the first three hitters of Maryville, Meredith, Lopez, and Hurt, on a sunny yet chilly early afternoon here at Brevard College. Glad you're able to join us wherever you may be tuning in from. Should be a good one here between the Tornadoes and the Scots. Tornadoes as they line up defensively in right field, Cade Stecker. In center field, Jack Atkinson. In left field, Zach Allison. The infield, first base, J.J. Wilkes. Second base, Zach Wolf. Shortstop, Jason Jucker. Third base, Ryan Aroon. The catcher is Christian Ezel. And on the mound for the Tornadoes, Bryce Foster. Tornadoes coached by Mike Victory, assisted by Rob Julian and Steve Huckey. Tornadoes in their white uniforms with the blue trim and the blue numbers. Maryville in the dark tops with the red numbers and the gray pants. As Bryce Foster completes his warm-up pitches here. And we are just about ready to go here at Gil Cohen Field. USA South Conference baseball action. So Jimmy Meredith will lead off for Maryville. And the first pitch from Bryce Foster fouled off, a 12:04 p.m. Eastern Time first pitch from here at Gil Cohen Field, game one of this doubleheader. And we are underway as Meredith fouls off that first offering from Foster. Gabe Lopez on deck for the Scots. Foster, the 0-1. Paints the outside corner, strike two. So Foster ahead early on Meredith. Meredith, a freshman out of Cape Coral, Florida, southwest part of the Florida coast. As that's grounded to Jucker, dug out of the dirt by Wilkes for out number one. That'll bring up Gabe Lopez with one out, nobody on after the ground out to short by Meredith. And the pitch from Foster. Fourth pitch of the afternoon for Foster, first ball. So 1-0 the count now. Foster versus Lopez. Lopez also from the southwest part of Florida, out of Naples, as that's a called strike, 1-1. Sophomore shortstop Gabe Lopez. And the 1-1. Fouled off, 1-2. So for the second straight hitter, Foster is ahead of the hitter. Pitcher's count, 1-2 with one out, nobody on. That pitch high, 2-2 the count. And that's fouled off towards the McCoy Tennis Complex. count will remain 2-2. And that's a bloop single to left field, a soft line drive that will get Maryville their first base runner. So that'll bring up Derek Hurt, the 3-hole hitter, the center fielder for Maryville. First pitch called strike. Foster's look effective thus far, retiring the first batter, and then a very softly hit, kind of hard luck single by Lopez. Now here comes Derek Hurt, and for the third straight batter, Foster's ahead of the hitter, as now an 0-2 count to Hurt. Base runner on first is Lopez. And the batter is Derek Hurt. Pickoff throw to first. Wilkes holding Lopez there. As that's fouled off, 0-2 remains the count. And with one out, here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Bryce Foster with the strikeout. Ezel tried to pull off a quick pickoff double play, but out number 2, Foster strikes out Hurt. That'll bring up Alden Wright, the designated hitter, with now 2 outs, runner on first, as Foster continues to look strong here in this top of the first inning. Wright, the senior out of Clayton, Georgia. His pickoff throw there to first, holding the runner Lopez. And the pitch from Foster. Lopez is on the move. And a stolen base for Lopez. So now a runner in scoring position with 2 outs, as Lopez got a good jump there on that Foster offering. Ezel did his best to gun him down at second, but Lopez able to evade the tag. Stolen base. Runner at second now for Maryville. Swing and a miss there. Foster fools Wright inside. And the 0-2 coming here. 2 outs, runner on second. Foster versus Wright. And the pitch. Low outside, ball 1. Wind blowing straight out to center, so hitters' conditions at the moment for the power hitters in either lineup. As that pitch, an appeal to to see if he went around. Not the case. So 2-2 the count with 2 outs. Runner on second. And the pitch. Popped up. And that'll be handled by the center fielder, Jack Atkinson, for out number 3. So the Tornadoes able to strand a Maryville runner. And we'll head to the bottom of the first. Scoreless here, Maryville versus Brevard. So Donnie Carcillo in the DH position will get things started for the Tornadoes. And first pitch here from the starting pitcher for the Scots, Jordan Davis, senior out of Maryville, Tennessee, Heritage High School. 1-1 the count to Carcillo. Carcillo hitting .313 on the season. 5 hits and 16 at-bats. Also has a run scored. An effective runner on the base paths. 3 for 3 stolen bases and 3 stolen base attempts. Carcillo out of Waxhaw, North Carolina, but with some New York roots, as he grounds that out to the pitcher for out number 1. That'll bring up Zach Allison, Tornadoes left fielder. Allison only has 5 at-bats on the season, but has 3 runs scored. Also has 5 walks and a hit by pitch, so has a certain knack for getting on base. And the 1-1. Swing fouled off. Outside, ball 2. Swing and a miss there, and then it's going to be a strikeout 2-3 on the put out at first. So 2 down early on here in the bottom of the first. That'll bring up Jason Jucker, the 3-hole hitter, in game 1 of this doubleheader. First pitch high and outside, ball 1. Bases empty, 2 outs. Pitch to Jucker, painting the outside corner. One, two, the count. Fouled back. The count will remain 1-2 here with 2 outs. If the inning continues, J.J. Wilkes on deck for the Tornadoes. Well, this is day 1 of spring break for the Brevard College student body. As out number 3 there. We'll tell you more about the spring break schedule for the Tornadoes when we come back after this break in between innings. We'll head to the top of the second, scoreless here at Gil Cohen Field. So we head to the top of the second inning here at Gil Cohen Field, game 1 of a doubleheader between Brevard and Maryville. And Cody Gregory, the left fielder, the 5-hole hitter for the Scots, will lead off as Bryce Foster goes back to work after allowing a bloop single in that top of the first, but was very effective, stranding a Maryville base runner. And once again, Foster, another first pitch strike, as that's grounded to third. 5-3 on the putout, a quick out number 1. That'll bring up Will Hubble, the first baseman for the Scots. With 1 out, nobody on, the freshman from Powder Springs, Georgia, Hillgrove High School. First pitch, swing and a miss. Another first pitch strike for Foster. He has gone ahead of every hitter. Oh, 1 the count with 1 out. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Infield at medium depth as this is popped up. Jucker giving chase. Atkinson waves him off. Out number 2. That'll bring up the third baseman, Colton Hicks, sophomore out of Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, as Foster, with 2 quick outs, will go to work against Hicks. Another first pitch strike as that's fouled off. We mentioned spring break getting started. The Tornadoes have this 3-game series against Maryville. After today's doubleheader, it'll conclude tomorrow at 1 p.m. And then non-conference games on Monday versus Hampton-Sydney at 3 p.m. and Wednesday versus Emory-Henry at 3 p.m. here at Gil Cohen Field. Hope you can join us for those. Then the Tornadoes will hit the road at Huntington the 13th, 14th, and 15th. Long road trip to Montgomery, Alabama. And the pitch. Check swing, strike 2. So Foster has looked very effective early on here. The senior from right here in Brevard, North Carolina. Brevard High School. And the 2-2 fouled off by Colton Hicks. And the 2-2 outside, ball 3. So first full count of Foster's outing thus far. Maryville enters this contest with a 9-5 overall record, 3-3 in the USA South. The pitch just misses, ball 4, and Maryville with a base runner. So after the 2-out walk, Hicks is now at first base. McLemore, now your hitter, as that's inside for ball 1. Pickoff throw to first. Hicks had to dive to get back, head first slide, back into first to evade the Wilkes tag. The pitch from Foster. Inside corner, strike 2. Check that, strike 1. 1-1 the count. And that time, Foster able to pick off the runner, Wilkes, and the pickoff is complete. Great job by Foster, Wilkes, and the Tornadoes' second baseman, Zach Wolf. So on the pickoff, which goes 1, 3, 6. Check that, 6 on the pickoff. So Jucker with the tag. Really nice job by the Tornadoes to get out of that inning. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Your score, Brevard 0, Maryville 0. J.J. Wilkes will lead things off for the Tornadoes. A highly anticipated at-bat here. Could hear the crowd get behind J.J. Had a big home run last weekend in the 9th inning as the Tornadoes try to come back against North Carolina Wesleyan in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. That was a 2-1 pitcher's duel, and Wilkes goes down swinging for out number 1. So that'll bring up Cade Stecker, exciting freshman for the Tornadoes, 5-hole hitter. Playing right field this afternoon, freshman out of Charlotte, North Carolina, Ardrey Kell High School. 0-2 the early count, so effective work thus far by Jordan Davis here in this second inning as the 0-2s sent deep to right field for out number 2. That'll bring up Christian Ezel, the Tornadoes catcher. Ezel, we were talking about that North Carolina Wesleyan series, had a huge game in Game 2 of that series. So a base hit there for Ezel. That'll bring up Rune. That'll bring up Ryan Rune, the third baseman. First pitch fouled off. Strike 1. So the Maryville shortstop, Gabe Lopez, tried to come up with a highlight reel play on that Ezel infield single. Almost pulled it off, but just too tough of a play for Lopez. And the official score rules base hit for Christian Ezel. So 2 outs, runner on first is Ezel. Swing and a miss there, strike 3. So Ezel is stranded. We'll head to the top of the third. Scoreless here in Game 1 of the doubleheader, Brevard versus Maryville. So after the pickoff play ended the last frame that Maryville was at the plate, Luke McLemore was in the batter's box during that transaction, and as a result, he will lead off the top of the third versus Bryce Foster. Catcher Luke McLemore for the Scots. McLemore, junior out of Friendsville, Tennessee, Alcoa High School. One, two, the count to the Friendsville native, out just outside of Knoxville. Which is where Maryville is located as well. And the 1-2. Popped up. Jucker and Atkinson converging. It'll be Atkinson in center for out number 1. So that'll bring up Ian Campbell, sophomore outfielder out of Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Pitch outside, ball 1. 1 down, nobody out, a scoreless affair, each team with 1 hit thus far. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Check that, 1-1 the count, 1 out. And the pitch from Foster, inside, ball 2. Here's the 2-1. Fouled back. 2-2 now the count. Campbell was on his way to first, thought he had ball 4, but a swing and a miss. And we'll head to the top of the order. That'll bring up Jimmy Meredith. First pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. Gabe Lopez on deck. And out number 3 there. Quick 1-2-3 inning for Bryce Foster and the Tornadoes defense. We'll head to the bottom of the third, scoreless here at Gil-Cohen Field. So Jack Atkinson heads into the batter's box to lead off this bottom of the third. And Atkinson beats out the throw. An infield hit on the bunt on the first pitch here in the bottom of the third. That'll bring up Zach Wolf. So nice job by Atkinson, sort of catching the Maryville defense off guard there and able to beat the throw to first. Sacrifice bunt, runner now on second for the Tornadoes. So a bunt single by Atkinson, a sacrifice bunt by Zach Wolf, and that brings up the leadoff hitter for the Tornadoes, Donnie Carcillo, with Atkinson on second. No outs in a scoreless game one of this doubleheader. The pitch off the plate, ball one. Jordan Davis, starting pitcher for Maryville. So runner at second in the form of Jack Atkinson. And Carcillo at the plate for the Tornadoes. Wind has shifted, now blowing in from center. So that's fouled off. 2-1 count to Carcillo. And now a injury delay as head athletic trainer Matt Bummer checks on the home plate umpire. Everybody looks to be okay, ready to get back going here. And the 2-1. Hit into play, a lazy pop-up to short for out number 2. That'll bring up Zach Allison. Now 2 outs, runner on second. First pitch over the plate, strike 1. So runner at second, Atkinson. At the plate, Allison. Tornadoes trying to take the early lead here with this runner in scoring position. The pitch off the plate, high outside, 1-1 the count. And here's the 1-1. Good looking pitch there from Davis. Strike 2. That's fouled off. So the at-bat will continue for Allison. And the 1-2. Runner going. Lopez able to make the play at short. And Maryville able to get out of the inning, stranding the base runner. We'll head to the top of the fourth, scoreless here at Gil-Cohen Field. So after making a nice play defensively, the shortstop Gabe Lopez will get things started for Maryville here in the top of the fourth. And Bryce Foster will go back to work against him. So far have witnessed some strong starting pitching from both sides. Foster for the Tornadoes, Davis for the Scots. Only 3 hits combined between these two clubs in the first 3 innings of shutout baseball. That pitch painting the outside corner. 2-1 the count. And the 2-1. Outside, or check that inside, ball 3. Well, another busy Saturday of Tornadoes athletics, as that is fouled off, out of play, so the at-bat will continue. Tornadoes cycling in action at 2 different locations. At the Southern Cross event for the debut of the Tornadoes gravel racing team, and also at the road race in Atlanta hosted by Georgia Tech. So that's grounded deep into the second place. Zach Wolf with a gorgeous play there. Get out number 1. So gorgeous play there by Wolf to get out number 1. That'll bring up Derek Hurt. We mentioned the Tornado cycling program also in action at the moment. Women's lacrosse at Methodist in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Methodist currently leads 6-4 in that one, as this is hit deep into the gap of left center, and that's going to be a stand-up double for Derek Hurt. So the first extra base hit for either side is a double by the 3-hole hitter, Derek Hurt. So after the double by Hurt, Wright now the batter. Now a pickoff throw to second, trying to catch Hurt with little too much of a leadoff there, but Hurt able to retreat to second. Some action now in the Tornadoes bullpen. The pitch from Foster. Outside, ball 2. To Wright, the cleanup hitter. One out, runner on second, 2 balls, 1 strike, a scoreless game 1 of a doubleheader between Maryville and Brevard. The pitch, swing and a miss. Foul tip, actually, barely touched that baseball with his bat, so now 2-2 call. That's fouled back towards our broadcast location. So the at-bat will continue. Foster versus Wright, the pitch. Low, ball 3, so full count to Wright with the runner on second. Hurt. And the 3-2. Put into play, that'll get through the left side of the infield, and it'll be a RBI run scored for Maryville, 1-0, the Scots on top. So a double by Derek Hurt, and then a RBI single by Wright gives Maryville a 1-0 lead. That'll bring up Gregory, the left fielder, batting in the 5 hole, swing and a miss. 0-2 the count. So the Tornadoes will have to come from behind now, down 1-0 here in the top of the 4th. And the pitch. This is well struck to left field. Tornadoes able to get out number 2 and also hold the runner at first. So now with 2 outs, runner at first. Maryville with a 1-0 lead. That'll bring up Will Hubble. The pitch. Strike 1. One now the count with 2 outs. Halftime at Methodist. Brevard trails 6-4 in women's lacrosse. As this is sent into play all the way to the warning track to the wall in right field, and it's going to be another double for the Scots and another run scored for the Scots, who go up 2-0. So the Maryville faithful who made the trip from Tennessee getting a little loud here at Gil Cohen Field after that double put the Scots up 2-0. Foster's still trying to get out of this inning now. Squaring off against Colton Hicks. The runner at second, the pitch to Hicks. Called strike. 1-1 the count with 2 outs. Runner at second is Will Hubble after that RBI double. And the 1-1. Off the plate, 2-1 the count. And the pitch. Gets through the right side of the infield. The runner is being sent home. 3-0 Maryville after that RBI single by Hicks. So what has turned out to be a 3-run inning for Maryville. Luke McLemore now comes to the plate. First pitch ball. Tornadoes now trailing 3-0 here in the top of the 4th. And the pitch. Snap throw from Ezel trying to catch Hubble at first. And the 2-0. Actually, another pickoff throw to first. Hubble able to get back. Action in the Tornadoes bullpen. Huntley Hacker, the side-arming right-hander, has ball 4 there. Runners first and second for Maryville. And now a trip to the mound for Mike Victory. Potential pitching change here. We mentioned Hacker warming up, and it looks like it is indeed going to be Huntley Hacker. So stick around, we'll tell you more about Hacker. Pitching change here at Gil Cohen Field. So Huntley Hacker, the new pitcher for the Tornadoes. Hacker, the junior out of Lexington, Kentucky, Blue Ridge High School, transfer from Heartland Community College, and he replaces the starting pitcher for the Tornadoes, Bryce Foster, who went 3 2/3 innings, 5 hits allowed, 3 runs allowed, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks. Also responsible for the base runners now at first and second. That'll bring up Ian Campbell. So runners first and second that are inherited by Hacker, and Hacker will go to work against Campbell. The side arm throwing Hacker from the right side. Completely different look than what these Maryville hitters had to deal with Foster. The pitch from Hacker. Pop back. 1-1 the count. Runners first and second for Maryville. And the pitch. Fouled back. This is actually going to be within play for Ezel, and Ezel able to squeeze it for out number 3. So nice job by Hacker along with his battery mate Ezel to end that inning. But damage was done. Maryville with 3 runs scored in the top of the 4th. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Maryville 3, Brevard 0. So Jason Jucker will lead off for the Tornadoes here in the bottom of the 4th. Tornadoes now trailing 3-0. Jordan Davis will go back to work for Maryville, starting pitcher for the Scots. 1-1 now the count to Jason Jucker. That's put into play. Tough play, and that'll be a E4. So first error of the game for either side, and a base runner for the Tornadoes. That'll bring up J.J. Wilkes with Jason Jucker now the base runner at first. First pitch to Wilkes. Ball 1. And the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. 1-1 the count. Jason Jucker, the base runner at first. J.J. Wilkes at the plate. Here's the 1-1. Off the plate, ball 2. Maryville 3 runs on 5 hits. Tornadoes still looking for that first run, have 2 hits, 1 Maryville error. 2-2 the count, no outs, runner at first. And the pitch, fouled back. On deck for the Tornadoes, Cade Stecker. In the hole, Christian Ezel. Still in the 40s temperature wise, but certainly the temperature starting to creep up. Overnight lows and freezing conditions. Strike 3 there, called out on strikes is Wilkes. So that'll bring up Cade Stecker, freshman out of Charlotte, with Jucker at first. The pitch to Stecker. Strike 1. Pickoff throw to first, trying to keep Jucker honest. And the pitch, high, ball 1. Two-one now the count with 1 out. Maryville 3, Brevard 0. Big cut there by Stecker. Two count now. Full count now to Cade Stecker. And the pitch. Called strike 3. Another strikeout for Davis. That'll bring up Christian Ezel, the Tornadoes catcher. Had a huge game last weekend in a win over North Carolina Wesleyan. Ezel with a home run and 2 doubles on the season. This is well struck. On the run there, though, the Scott center fielder hurt with the putout. And we will head to the top of the 5th. Maryville 3, Brevard 0. That'll bring up Jimmy Meredith, leading things off for Maryville. First pitch outside, ball one. Reliever Huntley Hacker on the mound after getting that third out in the last frame. This is hit into play. 3 unassisted. J.J. Wilkes with the putout. That'll bring up Gabe Lopez. Maryville starting shortstop with 1 out here, top of the 5th. Maryville 3, Brevard 0. One now the count to Lopez. This is well struck down the right field line. Lopez on the fly. You can see his speed in a stand-up triple for Lopez. So after the triple by Lopez, Hurt to the plate. And a hit by pitch there. So now runners on the corners. First and third for Maryville. That'll bring up Alden Wright. Runners first and second for the Scots. First pitch high outside, ball one. 1 out. Maryville with a 3-0 advantage here. Pickoff throw to first. Lopez, the runner at third. Hurt, the runner at first. Wright, the batter. That pitch off the plate, ball two. Huntley Hacker, the junior sidewinder, on the mound for the Tornadoes. And the pitch. Runner going, popped up, shallow right field. Lopez on the move, and he'll score on the sacrifice fly, and then runner moving from first to second is out, but the run will score. And then out of the inning in that whole sequence. So a 4-0 lead for Maryville on the sacrifice fly. And then Hurt thrown out, trying to advance from first to second. So we'll head to the bottom of the 5th. Maryville 4, Brevard 0. So we head to the bottom of the fifth. Ryan Roon, the Tornadoes' third baseman, hitting in the 7th position, leading things off. Continuing his outing as starting pitcher Jordan Davis. He's pitched 4 complete innings, has not allowed a run, 2 hits, 6 strikeouts, 0 walks. Two now the count to Roon. The pitch. Grounder to third for out number 1. That'll bring up Jack Atkinson, the Tornadoes' center fielder. With 1 down here in the 5th. And the pitch to Atkinson. Strike 1. Jordan Davis has been effective just over 60 pitches. And there's strikeout number 7 for Davis. That'll bring up Zach Wolf, Tornado's second baseman, now with 2 outs. One now the count to Wolf. Wolf, the sophomore from nearby Hendersonville High School. And the 1-2. And in foul territory, out number 3's made in deep foul territory down the first base line. 1-2-3 inning for the Maryville defense, and their pitcher, Jordan Davis, will head to the top of the 6th. Maryville 4, Brevard 0. So defensive changes for the Tornadoes. Bo Shealy, a new left fielder. Moving from left to right is Zach Allison. So the outfield now from left to right, Shealy, Atkinson, Allison. Leading things off here in the top of the 6th for the Scots, Cody Gregory, the 5-hole hitter, left fielder, wears number 7. Senior from Sacramento, California, El Camino High School. And the 1-2. Check swing, ball 2. Huntley Hacker continuing his relief appearance. He's pitched 1 1/3 inning thus far. This has popped up. Shallow right field in Allison, who just moved from left to right field with the putout. That'll bring up Will Hubble, Maryville's first baseman. 1 down here. Top of the 6th. Hubble 1 for 2 with an RBI. Colton Hicks, the third baseman, on deck for the Scots. And the 1-0. Called strike, 1-1. Top of the 6th inning, game 1 of the doubleheader here at Gil Cohen Field. 2-1 count, 1 out, nobody on. And the 2-1. Fouled off. At bat will continue. Hubble. The freshman from Powder Springs, Georgia, against Hacker, the junior from Lexington, Kentucky. And the 2-2. Well struck, left field, all the way to the warning track goes Bo Shealy, the newly inserted left fielder, out number 2. That'll bring up Colton Hicks after 2 put-ups in the outfield. One-0 count with 2 outs. The pitch called strike, so 1-1 now the count with 2 outs. Just missing there, that offering by Hacker. And the 2-1. Appeal to the infield umpire, but the count 2-2 after the judgment was that batter did not go around there. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Well done by Huntley Hacker in the Tornado defense. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Maryville 4, Brevard 0. All right, we head to the bottom of the sixth. Leading off for the Tornadoes, the leadoff hitter, the designated hitter, number 1, Donnie Carcillo. Carcillo was a guest on a special edition of Tornado Talk on the eve of the home opener, revealed that his favorite all-time baseball player, Bernie Williams of the New York Yankees. An interesting pick from Carcillo. 3-1 now the count. Zach Allison on deck as Carcillo able to head to first, ball 4. So Carcillo, the speedy Carcillo, 3 for 3 in stolen base attempts thus far this season. The runner at first. At the plate, Zach Allison. Jason Jucker on deck. J.J. Wilkes in the hole. And a base hit there, so now runners first and second for the Tornadoes in Jason Jucker. So that'll bring up Jason Jucker. Big opportunity here for the Tornadoes with runners at first and second, no outs. In the pitch to Jucker. Off the plate, ball 1. J.J. Wilkes on deck. Bo Sheely, the new left fielder, in the hole. The 1-1. gets the outside edge of that plate for strike two. And the 1-2. Called strike three, 1 out. That brings up J.J. Wilkes now with 1 out, runners first and second. Carcillo, the base runner at second. Allison, the base runner at first. Wilkes at the plate with 1 out. Bo Sheely on deck. Wilkes fouls that off. Deep down the right field line. Well, it's turned out to be a gorgeous sunny day here at Gil Cohen Field. As that's fouled off once again. Wind has died down. The American flag in center field barely even moving at the moment after it was gusting straight out to center, gust up to 15 miles per hour earlier in this ball game. Now the wind's starting to pick up from left to right. 1-2 now the count to Wilkes. Runners first and second, 1 out. Wilkes, a chopper to third. Maryville trying to pull the double play off, ends up getting the runner at second for the fielder's choice. It'll be runners on the corners for the Tornadoes. That'll bring up Bo Sheely, a defensive substitution at the start of the last inning. And he will have his first at-bat of the day here with a runner in scoring position opportunity, a runner at third in the form of Donnie Carcillo, also a base runner at first. That's J.J. Wilkes. And an opportunity here for for Sheely to get the Tornadoes on the board, trailing 4-0 as Sheely fouls that off. Nice crowd of Tornado fans up on the hill above the left field line. Great place to bring your lounge chairs and perhaps your favorite four-legged friend. 2-1 now the count with 2 outs. Swing and a miss there, 2-2. Sheely hitting .320 on the season, has 8 hits and 25 at-bats, 5 runs scored. But once again, with the strikeout there, Jordan Davis. He's been masterful at times. We'll head to the top of the 7th. Maryville 4, Brevard 0. That'll bring up Luke McLemore. Lead off things here in the top of the 7th. And now a 0-2 count. As that's fouled off, count will remain 0-2. Hit by pitch there, so base runner at first for the Scots. That'll bring up the right fielder, Ian Campbell. As the Huntley Hacker outing continues here in relief. And a great play there by J.J. Wilkes on the bunt to get the put-out 3 unassisted. Real nifty play there by Wilkes along that first base line. That'll bring up Jimmy Meredith, now runner at second after the Wilkes put out. 1 out. Meredith first pitch swinging up the middle, and it'll be an infield single. Now runners on the corners for Maryville. So now runners first and third with 1 out, and Gabe Lopez heading to the plate. Pickoff throw there by Huntley Hacker. Hacker, 2 2/3 innings of relief of starter Bryce Foster, has allowed 1 run, has a strikeout. Just 2 hits allowed, Hacker. Maryville 4, Brevard 0. Runners first and third. The pitch from Hacker. Chopper to third, handled by Roon. Nice job holding the runner at third. Out number 2. So that'll bring up the 3-hole hitter, the center fielder, Derek Hurt. Now runners second and third with 2 outs. The pitch from Hacker. Hit by pitch. Bases loaded for Maryville. So action now in the Tornadoes bullpen. Number 6, Jacob Dennis, getting loosened up out there in the bullpen with the bases loaded here. Chopper up the middle, and It'll be a fielder's choice error, and 2 runs come home on the fielder's choice error. 6-0 Maryville. That'll bring up Cody Gregory. Some tough luck there for Huntley Hacker, the pitcher for the Tornadoes. Wasn't that hard hit of a ball right up the middle. Attempt on a fielder's choice to try to get the runner going from first and second. Ends up an error and 2-run score. Swing and a miss there for Hacker. One, two now the count with 2 outs. Maryville 6, Brevard 0. This is game 1 of a doubleheader, game 1 of a 3-game series between these two USA South Conference rivals. And the pitch. Well struck into left field. Sheely camps out underneath it for out number 3. 2 more runs for the Scots. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Maryville 6, Brevard 0. So we head to the bottom of the 7th. Tornadoes trailing 6-0. Christian Ezel at the plate to lead things off for the Nados. Ryan Roon on deck. Jack Atkinson in the hole. As this starting appearance continues, for Jordan Davis of Maryville. He's been outstanding so far. One, two, the count to Ezel. First batter of this bottom of the 7th. Swing and a miss there. Strikeout, out number 1. So that'll bring up Ryan Roon, the third baseman. First pitch high outside. Strikeout number 10 for Davis. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss there. Strikeout number 11 now for Davis. And with 2 outs, that'll bring up Atkinson. So Atkinson, your batter, now 2 outs, nobody on here in the bottom of the 7th. Maryville 6, Brevard 0. Maryville 6 runs on 7 hits and 1 error. The Tornadoes 0 runs on 3 hits and 1 error. And the starting pitcher for Maryville, Davis, has been fantastic now with 11 strikeouts. One, two now the count to Atkinson. Ground ball to short. Out number 3, a 1-2-3 inning for Maryville. Will head to the top of the 8th, 6-0. Scott's on top. So new pitcher for the Tornadoes is Jacob Dennis, the junior from Raleigh, North Carolina, Sanderson High School, right-hander. And he will start things off in his outing against Will Hubble, the 6-hole hitter for the Scots. Maryville leads this one 6-0 here in the top of the 8th. A pitch off the mark. 1-1 the count. Hicks on deck, McLemore in the hole. And the pitch from Dennis. Off speed pitch, strike 2. Two now the count to Hubble. This will be Dennis's 4th appearance of the 2020 season. He's pitched 5 innings thus far in relief. A 3.60 ERA entering this contest. As that's fouled off, 2-2, the count will remain. And strike three there as Dennis retires Hubble on strikes. That'll bring up Colton Hicks after Dennis able to get the strikeout against Hubble. Oh, 1 now, the count to Hicks. And the pitch. Well struck, deep left field. On the chase was Sheely, the left fielder, ends up in foul territory, but boy, did that baseball take a ride towards the 335 sign in left field. And the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strikeout 2-3 on the putout. Out number 2. Luke McLemore comes to the plate now with 2 outs. 2 up, 2 down so far for Dennis. Pitch outside, ball 1. And the 1-0. 1-1 now the count. Nice pitch there from Dennis. This is sent into right center field for out number 3. So we'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Maryville 6, Brevard 0. Two down now here in the bottom of the 8th. After that caught stealing, Zach Allison at the plate. Another way to catch you up, that was Holden Lanier on the base paths. He was inserted as a pinch hitter. Now 2 outs, bottom of the 8th, nobody on. Still on the mound for Maryville, Jordan Davis. He's gone 7 2/3 of shutout baseball, allowing just 4 hits, 11 strikeouts. (3-1) now the count to Allison. And the pitch. Now full count, 3-2. Fouled off. Effort there by the Scots first baseman, but the at-bat will continue for Allison. Ground ball to short, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the top of the 9th. Maryville 6, Brevard 0. So after pinch hitting, Holden Lanier will remain in the game at third base, and Ryan Roon moves from third to second. Still on the mound for the Tornadoes is Jacob Dennis. And due up for Maryville is number 4, Ian Campbell. So Ian Campbell to get things started for Maryville here in the top of the 9th as the relief outing for Jacob Dennis continues. And the first pitch inside, ball 1. Second half of the doubleheader coming up after the following this one. The 2-0. This is lifted into center field towards Atkinson for out number 1. That'll bring up Jimmy Meredith, the leadoff hitter for Maryville. Maryville has gone through this entire game without a single substitution. You'd imagine they, with a 6-0 lead, perhaps use a pinch hitter here in the top of the ninth, get somebody some more reps, but that's the way it is, this game one of the doubleheader. And the 0-2. In the dirt, 1-2, the count to Meredith. One, two, the count with one out here in the top of the ninth. The pitch from Dennis. Inside, ball 2. Maryville 6 runs on 7 hits, 1 error. Tornadoes 0 runs, 4 hits, 1 error. The pitch. This is lifted into right field for out number 2. That'll bring up the shortstop number 1, Gabe Lopez, with 2 outs here in the top of the ninth. The pitch from Dennis. Inside, ball 1. If this inning continues, Derek Hurt on deck for the Scots. And the 1-0. Inside, ball 2. And the 2-0. This is well struck into center field, a line drive single for Lopez. Runner on base here in the top of the ninth for Maryville. That'll bring up Derek Hurt, center fielder with a runner on first. And the pitch. Swing and a miss, then a snap throw, trying to catch the base runner at first. Ezel almost got Lopez with that snap throw. Oh, 1 the count, 2 outs, runner on first here in the top of the ninth. Swing and a miss there. 0-2 now the count. Oh, 2 the count now, 2 outs. Chopper to second, handled by Rune, and he's able to connect with Wilkes for out number 3. We'll head to the bottom of the ninth. Tornadoes trail 6-0. So as we head to the bottom of the ninth, leading off for the Tornadoes, Jason Jucker, Wilkes, and Sheely, the do-ups for the Tornadoes. First pitch, a ball, as Davis trying to finish off a complete game outing here. He has been tough to figure out. 8 innings pitched, no runs allowed, 4 hits allowed, 11 strikeouts, 1 walk. 2-1 the count to Jucker. Fouls it back. 2-2 count. Jucker sends this into the center field gap, but handled there by Hurt for out number 1. I'll bring up J.J. Wilkes with 1 down after a nice play in center field by Hurt to track down that sharply hit line drive by Jucker. And the 1-0. Outside, 2-0 the count to Wilkes. And the pitch. Low outside. So a 3-0 count to Wilkes. Haven't seen too many, if any, 3-0 counts this afternoon. Final from women's lacrosse, Methodist 14, Brevard 11. As Wilkes able to take first base. Now bring up Bo Sheely. That'll bring up Bo Sheely now with a base runner at first for the Tornadoes. Sheely, first pitch swinging. And a play at the plate now. Wilkes able to score, and the Tornadoes are on the board. 6-1 your score. So that'll bring up Brandon Johnson in a pinch hitting situation after a RBI triple by Bo Sheely. Scores J.J. Wilkes, and the Tornadoes able to get on the board here in the bottom of the ninth. And that'll bring up Brandon Johnson. Still just 1 out here. Bottom of inning number 9. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Sheely, the base runner on third after the triple. That scored Wilkes. (6-1). Maryville leads Brevard. Maryville with 8 hits, Brevard with 5. Called strike there against Johnson. So 1-2 now the count with 1 out. Swing and a miss there, 2 outs. We'll bring up Ryan Roon with 2 outs. Runner at third. First pitch swinging. So Maryville 1 out away from winning game 1 of this doubleheader. Davis trying to finish off a complete game win. Base runner on third for the Tornadoes. Roon pops this up and handled by the second baseman of Maryville for out number 3. So that'll do it. A 6-1 final as Maryville tops Brevard in game 1 of today's doubleheader. Jordan Davis, the complete game win on the mound for Maryville. He had 12 strikeouts, 2 walks, 5 hits, and 1 run allowed. Big day for Jordan Davis. Also for Maryville, a 3-hit game. 3 for 5 was Gabe Lopez. Tornadoes managed 5 hits. Holden Lanier, Bo Sheely, Jack Atkinson, Zachary Allison, Christian Ezel all with hits. Sheely with the RBI triple, and the run scored came from J.J. Wilkes after drawing a walk at the bottom of the 9th. Starting pitcher for the Tornadoes was Bryce Foster. He went 3 2/3. Looked really sharp early on. Huntley Hacker pitched 3 1/3 of relief as well. And Jacob Dennis finished off the game for the Tornadoes. 2 innings of shutout pitching from Jacob Davis with just 1 hit allowed. So stick around. Game number 2 of the doubleheader coming up next after the break between the 2 doubleheaders. We'll keep things rolling here visually, but you'll hear from us next at the start of game 2 of the doubleheader. Once again, your final score for the final time of game 1, Maryville 6, Brevard 1. All right, approaching the start of game number 2 of the doubleheader between Brevard and Maryville. Brevard fell in game number 1, 6-1. Trying to even up this 3-game series here. Ben Melton will be on the mound for the Tornadoes as they line up defensively. Right field, Zach Allison. Center field, Jack Atkinson. In left field is Bo Shealy. At first base, J.J. Wilkes. At second base, Ryan Roon. The shortstop is Jason Jucker. At third base, Holden Lanier. The catcher, Christian Ezel. And on the mound for the Tornadoes, Ben Melton. Maryville, their batting order: Meredith Lopez Hurt, Wright Gregory Hubble, Hicks Shuttleworth Campbell. Pitcher for Meredith is Zach Messenger. So just moments away now from game 2 of the doubleheader between these two USA South Conference rivals. Should be a good one here at Gil Cohen Field. As Tornadoes try to bounce back from what was a very impressive pitching performance by Jordan Davis of the Scots, with 12 strikeouts, allowing just 1 run to take game 1 of the doubleheader. And now Ben Melton on the mound for the Tornadoes, and we'll get things started here. Game 2 getting going. So Jimmy Meredith will start off things for Maryville, and Ben Melton's first pitch of game 2 of the doubleheader, outside ball 1. Second pitch driven into center field, and a leadoff base hit for the Scots and Jimmy Meredith. That'll bring up the shortstop, Lopez. Gabe Lopez with a 3-hit performance in game 1 of this doubleheader. And the base runner at first is Meredith after the single. Lopez, first pitch swinging. Jucker backhands it, unable to make the play. It'll be infield hit, back-to-back hits to start off this top of the first for the Scots. That'll bring up Derek Hurt, the starting center fielder for Maryville. Batting order very similar to what we saw in game 1 for the Scots. Runners first and second. The pitch from Melton in the dirt, blocked by Ezel. 1-0 the count. Lopez, the runner at first. Meredith, the runner at second. Hurt, your batter, facing off against Ben Melton. And the 1-0. Outside, ball 2. And the pitch. Driven into center field. Easy play for Atkinson. Runners hold, so it'll be runners first and second, 1 out. That'll bring up Alden Wright, the DH for the Scots, batting cleanup. Runners first and second, 1 out. The pitch from Melton. First pitch swinging is right. He fouls it off towards the McCoy Tennis Complex. And the 0-1 inside, ball one. Painting the outside corner there was Melton. 1-2 the count. With base runners at first and second, one out here in the top of the first. And the pitch. Popped up, shallow center field. Atkinson will make the play. Runners hold at first and second, 2 down. So that'll bring up Cody Gregory. Runners first and second. Pitch from Melton. Outside. Ball one. Back-to-back singles to start this second game of the doubleheader here in the top of the first. Then 2 outs by Melton in the Tornado defense have held those runners at first and second. And now 2 outs, a 1-1 count to the left fielder Cody Gregory. Senior out of Sacramento, California. And the pitch. Fouled back towards our broadcast location. Outside ball 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners first and second. Ben Melton versus Cody Gregory. Wind has been gusting in pretty much every direction imaginable, currently blowing in from center. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3 and end of the inning. So Melton, a real nice job stranding those 2 base runners. We'll head to the bottom of the first, scoreless here in game number 2 of the doubleheader. So leading off for the Tornadoes in Game 2 of this doubleheader, Bo Sheely. Tornadoes batting order: Sheely, Allison Jucker, Wilkes, Ezel, Davenport, Rune, Lanier, Atkinson. And the pitch to Sheely, out or paints the outside part of that plate for strike one. Pitcher for the Scots is Zach Messenger. He's the senior from Alpharetta, Georgia, Mount Pisgah Christian High School. Sheely puts that into play. It'll be a ground out to second, out number one. So that'll bring up the starting right fielder, Zach Allison. Allison first pitch swinging, handled by the Maryville third baseman Hicks, out number two. That'll bring up Jason Jucker, three-hole hitter for the Tornadoes, starting shortstop. And the pitch inside, ball one. Well, after a chilly start to this Saturday, temperatures have climbed into much more pleasant conditions here in the late afternoon hours. Sunny skies. Can't even find a cloud in the sky this Saturday afternoon. That pitch called strike one. And the 2-1. Paints the outside corner, does Messenger. 2-2. Swing and a miss, 1-2-3 inning for Messenger and the Maryville Scott defense. We'll head to inning number 2, scoreless here at Gil Cohen Field. Getting things started here at the top of inning number 2, scoreless between the Tornadoes and the Scots. Ben Melton, veteran hurler for the Tornadoes, as that's lifted deep to left field, and that is gone into the Tornado bullpen. A home run by Will Hubble. Solo home run will put the Scots up 1-0. So after the solo home run to left field by Hubble, that'll bring up Hicks as Maryville now enjoys a 1-0 lead. Maryville won game one of this doubleheader 6-1. 2-0 now the count to Hicks. Check swing. Ball rolls foul down the first base line. 2-1 count. Two count to Hicks. Strike three. Froze Hicks, did Melton. Called strikeout. One down. That'll bring up Jack Shuttleworth, starting catcher for Maryville here in game number 2. And the 1-0. High, ball 2. And the pitch from Melton. Low and outside. 3-0 count to Shuttleworth. Our first look at Shuttleworth in this doubleheader. Junior out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Pope John Paul II High School. And the 3-1. Across the plate, full count. Bases empty. Here in the top of the second, Maryville with a 1-0 lead. That pitch, high, ball 4, base runner in the form of Shuttleworth. That'll bring up Ian Campbell, the right fielder, with Shuttleworth, base runner at first. Pitch outside, ball 1. Two-0 count to Campbell, the 9-hole hitter for the Scots. The pitch, swing and a miss, snap throw to first, trying to catch Shuttleworth off guard. Good looking pitch there from Melton. 2-2 now the count. And that's driven into left field. So a single to left on the sharply hit ground ball. And back to the top of the order will go in Jimmy Meredith. So now 1 out, runners first and second for Jimmy Meredith. The pitch from Melton. Outside, ball 1. Double play ball potentially here for the Tornadoes, and they're able to turn it 6-4-3. Maryville able to get the first run of this contest, however, off the solo home run by Will Hubble. 1-0 your score heading to the bottom of inning number 2. That'll bring up J.J. Wilkes leading things off here in the bottom of the second. Cleanup hitter for the Tornadoes. Takes ball 1 from Messenger. Grounder to third, out number 1. So that'll bring up Christian Ezel, Tornadoes catcher, starting both games of the doubleheader behind the plate. Always an ambitious undertaking for a catcher. And the 0-1 swing and a miss, 0-2 now the count. So Messenger ahead of Ezel. Messenger's retired the first 4 Brevard batters of this contest. Daquan Davenport on deck. A pitch outside. 1-2 the count, 1 out, nobody on. 1-0 Maryville on top. And the pitch. Outside, ball 2. Game 3 of the doubleheader is tomorrow, as that's fouled off. So I hope you can come on out here to Gil Cohen Field. A 1 p.m. first pitch. Don't forget to change those clocks overnight. Daylight savings begins. Spring forward. Want to make sure everybody makes the first pitch on time tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Two the count after Ezel hammered that one foul towards the Tornadoes dugout. And now 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll bring up Davenport. Daquan Davenport to the plate, designated hitter. Exciting newcomer for the Tornadoes. And the pitch. 2-0 now the count to Davenport. Tornadoes still trying to get their first base runner of this game 2 of the doubleheader. If this inning continues, Ryan Roon on deck for the Nados. Big time cut there by Davenport. 2-1 now the count. And the pitch. Official score rules that an error, so there's your first base runner for the Tornadoes, Davenport at first. So that'll bring up Ryan Roon, starting second baseman for the Tornadoes. With Davenport at first, big jump for Davenport. Roon first pitch swinging. However, the fielder's choice handled by the Maryville shortstop will head to the top of the third. Maryville 1, Brevard 0. Gabe Lopez, offensively the star for the Scots in the game one of this doubleheader, will start things off here in inning number 3 against Ben Melton. Only one run has been scored thus far by either team, a solo shot by Will Hubble last inning. And base runner now at first. Looks like it's going to be ruled an infield hit for Lopez. So Derek Hurt now the batter after the Lopez infield single. There was a little bit of confusion over there because the ball after the single got thrown towards the Maryville bullpen, and Lopez wasn't quite sure whether he should run to second or not. A lot of mixed signals coming from different folks over there. He ends up staying at first, so the ruling simply a base hit. Yeah, hit by pitch there, so now runners first and second. Derek Hurt gets hit by the pitch and then absolutely sprints to first base. You don't see that too often. Meanwhile, runners first and second for the Scots. Ben Melton has his hands full with no outs here, and the cleanup hitter Alden Wright at the plate. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Good looking pitch there from Melton. 1-1 now the count. This is well struck into the gap in right center field. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score in the stand-up double by Alden Wright. Gives Maryville a 3-0 lead. And that'll bring up Cody Gregory hitting in the 5-hole after the double by Wright that scored Lopez and Hurt. Still no outs here in the 3rd inning as Maryville's opened up a 3-0 lead. First pitch strike by Melton. After that big double by Wright. Cody Gregory at the plate. Wild pitch. Ezel had tried his best to block that in the dirt. Now a 1-1 count as runner advances to third. So Wright the runner at third for Gregory in a 1-1 count. Action in the Tornadoes bullpen as this is driven to shortstop Jason Jucker for out number 1. Here's Hubble back at the plate. His first at bat was a home run to left field to get the scoring going for Maryville. Maryville with that 1 run in the second on the Hubble solo homer, and then adding 2 runs here in the third. There's some action now in the Tornadoes bullpen. Nathan Sanders getting loose for the Tornadoes. And the 2-0. This is struck down the left field line. It'll score a run. The RBI single by Hubble. Hubble is having himself a game. RBI single and a home run. So 2 down now after the fielder's choice went 5-4. And that'll bring up Shuttleworth. Maryville with a 4-0 lead, scoring 3 runs in this inning. First pitch strike from Melton. Sanders continues to loosen up in the Tornadoes bullpen. Melton, meanwhile, 1 out away from escaping this inning. Runner going on the 1-0. Stolen base, and then the throw goes into the outfield, so it'll be a stolen base and an error. Now runner on third for the Scots. Two-one count with 2 outs. Runner at third. In the pitch from Melton. Fouled off. 2-2. Pitch off the mark, now full count to Shuttleworth. Soft grounder to third. Tough play for Lanier. Safe all the way around. Run scores. 5-0 Scots. So it's turned into a big inning for the Scots now with 4 runs in this frame alone. All adds up to a 5-0 advantage here in the top of the third. Ian Campbell, the 9-hole hitter, right fielder for the Scots, steps into the batter's box. And the pitch. Fouled back. 1-1 the count. 2 outs, runner at first. Chopper to third. Tough play for Lanier. And another base hit on a ground ball in the infield. Inning will continue for Maryville. That'll bring up Jimmy Meredith. Leadoff hitter for the Scots. Now runners first and second. That pitch outside, ball 1. Maryville 5 runs on 9 hits. And here's the 2-0. Three-0 count now to Meredith. And the pitch. Outside, ball 4, runners first and second after the walk to Meredith. So new pitcher for the Tornadoes is Nathan Sanders. Sanders, the freshman from Franklin, North Carolina, relieving Ben Melton. And Sanders will inherit a bases loaded situation with 2 outs here in the top of the third. So Gabe Lopez will come to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Maryville's already scored 4 runs this inning. And on the mound for the Tornadoes, the freshman Nathan Sanders, inheriting a tricky situation here. And the 0-1. High, ball 1. Two one now the count. The pitch from Sanders. Gets the inside part of the plate. 2-2 now the count. And a hit by pitch will score a run with the bases loaded. So after the bases loaded hit by pitch, Derek Hurt comes to the plate. A 6-0 lead, and then another run scores there as the ball gets away from Ezel. So now a 7-0 lead on a pass ball. Runners now second and third. The count now with 2 outs. Top of inning number 3. This has been a lengthy half inning in which Maryville has scored 6 runs. That pitch from Sanders fouled back. So now runners second and third. 3-1 the count, 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Sanders. Fouled back once again. Full count. And the 3-2. Ball 4, bases loaded once again for the Scots. That'll bring up Alden Wright. As that's sharply driven to left through the left side of the infield, that'll score 2 more runs. Now a 9-0 lead for the Scots. So what's turning into a nightmarish inning for the Tornadoes continues. Now 8 runs have been scored in the top of the third by Maryville, a 9-0 lead. More action now in the Tornado bullpen. Zane Beaver warming up for the Tornadoes. The pitch from Sanders fouled off. Maryville 9, Brevard 0. Maryville 9 runs on 10 hits. That pitch paints the outside corner. Nicely done by Sanders. 1-2 now the count with 2 outs. This ball is lifted into center field. Atkinson camps under it, and the top of the third inning comes to an end. Maryville did their damage. 8 runs in the frame. 9-0 the Maryville advantage. Middle third here at Gil Cohen Field. Tornadoes third baseman Holden Lanier will start things off here in the bottom of the third. Tornadoes a big hole to dig out of, down 9-0. Zach Messenger going back to work on the mound for the Scots. That's fouled off by Lanier. Lanier, Atkinson, and Sheely, the due-ups for the Tornadoes. Called strike there, 2-2 the count. And pop up there into shallow center field for out number 1. That'll bring up the center fielder Jack Atkinson. The sophomore from Piedmont, South Carolina, Wren High School. First pitch high outside, ball 1. And that's a base hit for Atkinson down the left field line. And a double for Jack Atkinson. So first hit of the game comes from Jack Atkinson with the stand-up double, and that brings up Bo Sheely with runner at second. First pitch swinging, Sheely fouls that back. First double of the season for Atkinson. Now a 0-2 count to Sheely. Tornadoes and Scots will conclude the three-game series tomorrow at 1 p.m. And then more baseball action beginning Monday at 3 p.m. as that's grounded to short for out number 2. Runner advances to third. To bring up Zach Allison, we mentioned the game on Monday. It's versus Hampton Sydney, 3 p.m. here at Gil Cohen Field. Nice weekday matinee opportunity for NATO fans. And then the spring break continues for the Tornadoes, as that's fouled out of play. On Wednesday, another non-conference matchup, this one against Emory and Henry at 3 p.m. on Wednesday here at Gil Cohen Field. So 2 late afternoon affairs during the week here on the campus of Brevard College. Monday versus Hampton Sydney, and then Wednesday versus Emory and Henry. And then the Tornadoes hit the road heading to Montgomery, Alabama to take on Huntington the weekend of the 13th, 14th, and 15th. 0-2 the count with 2 outs. Runner on third. And the pitch in the dirt. Nice job blocking that by the catcher Shuttleworth. One, 2 the count to Zach Allison. Off the plate, ball 2. Allison able to stay alive, just getting a bit of that one, fouling it off. At-bat continues as Allison fouls that off into the Tornadoes dugout. Reed Zyamick now warming up in the Tornadoes bullpen. Swing and a miss there. End of inning. Your score, Maryville 9, Brevard 0. We'll head to the top of the 4th here at Gil Cohen Field. So Will Hubble, who started the scoring parade by the Scots with a solo home run back in the second, comes up to the plate. Ground ball to third. Lanier, nice play on the hot corner for out number 1. It's now to bring up Colton Hicks. After a quick out there by Sanders to retire Hubble. And the 1-1. Low outside, ball 2. Jack Shuttleworth on deck for the Scots. Pitch high and inside, ball 3. 3-1 count, 1 out, nobody on. Maryville enjoying a 9-0 advantage here in the top of the 4th. This is fouled back, so the count runs full. And the 3-2. Lifted into left field. Bo Sheely camps out under it for out number 2. That'll bring up Jack Shuttleworth, the Maryville catcher, hitting in the 8 hole. First pitch to Shuttleworth from Sanders, inside, ball 1. And the 1-0. Fouled back, 1-1 the count with 2 outs. Pop up in foul territory. Wilkes able to make the play. And the Tornadoes shut down the Scots at the top of the 4th. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Maryville 9, Brevard 0. So Jason Jucker will lead things off for the Tornadoes here in the bottom of inning number 4. 3-hole hitter for the Tornadoes. Jucker, Wilkes, and Ezel, your do-ups. Swing and a miss there. Nasty breaking ball from Messenger. And the 1-1 fouled off. 1-2 now the count. And the 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2 to Jason Jucker. Off the plate there, 3-2 now the count. Strikeout, out number 1, Wilkes, your batter. So Wilkes steps into the batter's box against Messenger. And 1 pitch, hit by pitch, Wilkes takes first. So that'll bring up Christian Ezel with a base runner at first in the form of J.J. Wilkes after the hit by pitch. 1 out here, bottom of inning number 4. And the pitch to Ezel. Ezel lines that right through the middle of the infield. Base hit, runners first and second. So with runners first and second and 1 out, that brings up Daquan Davenport. Davenport, a sharply driven ground ball into center. And Wilkes able to come around and score. Tornadoes on the board. RBI single for Davenport. So an RBI single by Davenport scores Wilkes all the way from second. So sharply driven ground ball to center field that Wilkes really moved on. And that'll be an E6. And the inning will continue for the Tornadoes here. Now bases loaded. So Holden Lanier, your batter, with the bases loaded and 1 out. Tornadoes have already scored 1 run this inning. Pitch foul tip, strike 1. Oh, 2 now the count with 1 out. That pitch just missed. 1-2 the count to Holden Lanier. Ezel, the base runner, at third. Davenport at second. Ryan Roon at first. Bases loaded for Holden Lanier. And the pitch. Outside, ball 2. Swing and a miss there. Strikeout, out number 2. So that'll bring up Jack Atkinson. So another bases loaded opportunity. That pitch in the dirt. Nice job blocking that by Shuttleworth, perhaps saving a run. (9-1) Maryville on top. Tornadoes trying to cut into that lead. A bases loaded opportunity here for Jack Atkinson. And the pitch. Down the middle. 1-1 now the count. With 2 outs and the bases loaded, here's the 1-1 to Atkinson. Off the plate, ball 2. If the Tornadoes are able to keep this inning going, leadoff hitter Bo Sheely is on deck. (3-1) now the count. And ball 4. So an RBI walk for Atkinson. So now 2 runs scored for the Tornadoes here in this bottom of the 4th. An RBI single by Davenport. Now Sheely puts this into play. Base hit to right field. 1 run will score. 2 runs score. A RBI single, a 2 RBI single, and then on the throw, Sheely moves to second. So now runners second and third. Tornadoes now with 4 runs in the frame. So the Tornadoes have come storming back in this bottom of the 4th. 4 runs scored. The last 2 coming on a 2 RBI single by Bo Sheely. And the pitch. Allison swing and a miss. Fouled off there. The at-bat will continue. Another foul ball.
Maryville people complaining all that. They're like, I like the other camera better. You can see. But I was like, that's why he switches it. Safe. He's safe. Yep.
So I can just hit home score.
Yep.
So a 5-run bottom of the 4th for the Tornadoes, who have cut what was not too long ago a 9-run deficit to just 4 runs. And this inning, meanwhile, continues with Jason Jucker at the plate. There is action in the Maryville bullpen. And the pitch to Jucker. Called strike. Wild pitch there will score another run, and just like that, the Tornadoes trail by only 3 runs. 6 runs here in the bottom of the 4th. Allison moves up to second on the play as well. So another run scored, this time via the wild pitch. Jucker fouls that off. 1-2 the count with 2 outs. Bottom of inning number 4. Maryville 9, Brevard 6. All 6 runs have come in this inning for the Tornadoes. Here's the 1-2. In the dirt, gets past the catcher once again. Another wild pitch. And a runner at third. Inside to Jucker, ball 3. Allison, the base runner, at third. Jucker puts that into play. And the putout goes 6-3 to end the inning, but Tornadoes with a huge bottom of the 4th 6 runs scored. Trail by 3 now, 9-6. We'll head to inning number 5 here at Gil Cohen Field. So after the big inning by the Tornadoes, Ian Campbell comes to the plate for the Scots. And Nathan Sanders continues his relief appearance for the Tornadoes. First pitch, a ball. Maryville won the first game of the doubleheader 6-1, stormed out to a 9-0 lead here in game 2 of the doubleheader. And the Tornadoes with 6 runs in the bottom of the 4th to cut the deficit to 3 runs. And the pitch across the plate for the strike, 2-1 the count. Sanders has pitched 1 1/3 innings, allowed 1 run on 1 hit. This is hammered to left by Campbell, and it's going to be a double for Ian Campbell to lead off the top of the 5th for the Scots. That'll bring up Jimmy Meredith. Leadoff hitter for the Scots. With the base runner on second, Ian Campbell. After a line drive double to left. And the 2-0, outside, ball 3. So hitters count here for Jimmy Meredith, the leadoff hitter for Maryville, second baseman. And he has a runner in scoring position, Ian Campbell, after a leadoff double here in the top of the 5th. That pitch paints the outside corner, strike 1. Well, hope you can join us perhaps even in person tomorrow, 1 p.m., first pitch here at Gil Cohen Field. Game 3 of the 3-game series, as this is driven in between the shortstop and the third baseman. And now runners first and third for Lopez. So after the mound visit by pitching coach Rob Julian, now runners on the corners for Gabe Lopez. No outs here, top of inning number 5. The pitch from Sanders. Lopez fouls that straight back. Strike one. Called strike there. 0-2 the count. And the pitch. Sharply driven to Jucker. Tornadoes able to turn the double play 6-4-3. A run scores in the process, however. So now a 10-6 lead for Maryville. Tornadoes able to turn the double play, however, as that's driven foul. Hurt your batter, the center fielder. Base hit to left. Bring up the designated hitter Alden Wright with a runner at first. A pitch off the plate. Snap throw to first by Ezel. 1-0 the count to Wright. This is driven to deep left field. Play is made by Sheely, however. Nice job out in left by Bo Sheely. Tornadoes trailing 10-6, heading to the bottom of the 5th. So J.J. Wilkes will get things started for the Tornadoes here in the bottom of the 5th. As Wilkes drives this out to left field, Wilkes with a stand-up double to lead off this bottom of the 5th. So after the double by Wilkes, Ezel to the plate. New pitcher for the Scots, Andrew Miller, the right-handed freshman. In relief of Zach Messenger. Ezel floats this into center field. Wilkes thought about advancing to third, held up. So runner at second, 1 out. That'll bring up Daquan Davenport with Wilkes on second after a double. First pitch paints the outside corner, strike one. Davenport 1 for 2 with an RBI. His RBI single actually came in a similar situation where Wilkes scored all the way from second. Got that big 6-run bottom of the 4th inning going. See if he can get it going again. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Actually fouled it off. Got a tiny little piece of that baseball to stay alive. It's the old disco hit, staying alive. And that's exactly what Daquan Davenport did there. One, two, the count. Outside, ball 2. And the pitch. Outside, so the at-bat continues. Now full count. Miller on the mound for the Scots, the freshman out of Johnson City. The pitch. And Davenport able to drive this into right center field. That's going to score Wilkes. Davenport with a big turn, and he once again an RBI single scoring Wilkes all the way from second. Daquan Davenport. Very nicely done, Davenport, on that at-bat. Work his way back into that count to stay alive on that one foul tip. And then A very sharply hit line drive that drove in Wilkes, and now hit by pitch. Roon will take first, Davenport to second. Runners first and second for Holden Lanier. So Holden Lanier with a big opportunity here. Runners first and second. Base runner on second, Daquan Davenport. Base runner on first, Ryan Roon. 1 out. Tornadoes, with another run scored here in the bottom of the fifth. They scored 6 runs in the bottom of the fourth. Tornadoes trailed this game 9-0. The deficit just 3 runs now. That pitch in the dirt. And the 2-0. Two balls, 1 strike, 1 out, 2 men on. This is driven opposite field. And 2 runs score, a 2 RBI double for Holden Lanier. So just a reminder, the Tornadoes trailed 9-0 in this game. It is now a 1-run ball game, 10-9. 6 runs in the fourth, 3 runs here in the fifth, and it all adds up to a 10-9 score here. Base runner on second, Holden Lanier after a 2 RBI double. That scored both Davenport and Roon. And now a visit to the mound by the Maryville coach. Maryville 10 runs on 13 hits and 2 errors. Tornadoes 9 runs on 8 hits and 1 error. A remarkable comeback by the Tornadoes. Things seemed so bleak back in that third inning when 8 runs were scored by Maryville, but the Tornadoes storming back, now trailing by just 1 run, and you can feel the momentum here at Gil Cohen Field. It's palpable. And the energy in the Tornadoes dugout. And now Jack Atkinson looking to build on this lead even further. A 1-0 count to Atkinson. The runner on second is Holden Lanier. Just 1 out. Bunt by Atkinson moves the runner to third. So with 2 outs, that'll bring up Bo Sheely. So Lanier now at third, and Bo Sheely, your batter. Sheely, hard hit ball, handled by the second baseman, Meredith, to get Maryville out of the inning, but more damage has been done by the Tornadoes. 3 more runs in the frame. It's a 10-9 ball game here at Gil Cohen Field. New pitcher for the Tornadoes is Samuel Gowd, who earlier this season won a USA South Rookie Pitcher of the Week award. And Gowd will come into this ball game, which is razor tight at the moment, 10-9, Maryville on top. Cody Gregory will lead off against Gowd here in the top of the 6th. First pitch fouled off. Gregory 0 for 3 in this second game of the doubleheader. Able to drive this, well struck to center field. Atkinson on the move, makes the play, out number 1. So that'll bring up Will Hubble, first baseman for the Scots. 2 for 3 on the afternoon with 2 RBIs. First pitch ball from Gowd. Scots 10 runs on 13 hits with 2 errors. Tornadoes 9 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. There's been 1 home run in this contest, that by the player who is currently at bat, Will Hubble. One the count now to Hubble. The pitch from Gowd outside, ball 2. This is well struck to left field off the wall. And Hubble, who hit a home run in that same vicinity earlier, now with a double. Big game for Hubble. That'll bring up Colton Hicks, the third baseman, with Hubble, the base runner, on third after the double to left field. Sam Gowd will go back to work, this time against Hicks. The pitch, called strike one. Another called strike. Nice job painting the plate there by Gowd. And 3 pitches, 3 called strikes. Gowd retires Hicks. So that'll bring up the catcher, Jack Shuttleworth, after Gowd was just masterful in that last batter's face. And now 4 straight called strikes by Gowd. Base runner at second is Will Hubble. And the pitch from Gowd. This is driven to right field. Runner being sent home. Hubble able to score. 2-run lead for Maryville. So after a brief injury delay to check out Christian Ezel, everything looks like we're good to go. Ian Campbell to the plate. Two 0 the count to Campbell. The pitch from Gowd. Campbell lifts this into center field over the head of Atkinson. And it's going to be a double for Campbell. That'll score another run. 3-run lead now. 12-9 for Maryville. That'll bring up Jimmy Meredith, Scott's second baseman and leadoff hitter. First pitch called strike. So runner at second is Ian Campbell after the RBI double. 12-9 now, Maryville on top. As this is driven to left field, Sheely with the putout. Maryville able to score 2 runs in the frame to take a 12-9 lead here at Gil Cohen Field. New pitcher for Maryville is Anthony Rodriguez. Senior from Miramar, Florida. Brevard County in South Florida. And he'll face off against Allison, Jucker, and Wilkes. As we head to the bottom of the 6th, leading off for your Tornadoes, the right fielder number 41, Zach Allison. So that'll bring up Zach Allison, the right fielder, to lead things off here in the bottom of the 6th. A 12-9 advantage for Maryville. Maryville scored a run in the second, 8 runs in the third, a run in the 5th, and 2 in the 6th. Tornadoes with a 6-run 4th inning and a 3-run 5th inning. It all adds up to a 12-9 Maryville lead here in the bottom of inning number 6. Grounder to second, 1 down. So now to bring up Jason Jucker. 1 out, nobody on here in the bottom of the 6th. Pitch from Rodriguez, strike 1. Rodriguez now up 0-2 on Jucker. Jucker fouls that off. That pitch outside, ball one. Foul ball. The ruling on that last offering from Rodriguez. Jucker then chops that foul. Now fly ball to right, out number 2. Bring up J.J. Wilkes. So both a fielding and a throwing error results in Wilkes finding his way all the way to second base on that play. And now runner in scoring position for one of the top hitters on the Tornadoes roster, Christian Ezel. Trying to cut into this 12-9 lead of Maryville. Tornadoes were able to get within 1, but then Maryville added 2 more runs in the top of the 6th. Big cut there from Ezel. Came up empty, though. 1-1 the count. Some nasty stuff these last couple pitches from Anthony Rodriguez. Ezel having trouble catching up to those last 2 pitches. That one he's able to put into play. Grounder, however, to the shortstop for out number 3. So we'll head to the top of the 7th with your score. Maryville 12, Brevard 9. New pitcher for the Tornadoes is Zane Beaver. New catcher for the Tornadoes, Matt Kelly. Nice job recovering there by Wilkes, finding Beaver for the 3-1 putout, out number 1. That'll bring up Derek Hurt, the Maryville center fielder. 1 for 2 with a walk. As that's driven up the middle. Base hit for Hurt. So after the infield single by Hurt, Alden Wright steps into the batter's box to face Zane Beaver. Beaver, the sophomore from Cherryville, North Carolina, Cherryville High School. Also see him as a position player occasionally, listed also as an outfielder. Soft ground ball there to second. Out number 2. So that'll bring up Gregory with a runner on second. Pitch from Beaver, called strike. And the 0-1. Strike 2 to Gregory. Gregory, the starting left fielder for Maryville, batting in the 5th position. We're in the top of the 7th inning, 12-9, Maryville on top. Runner going. This is driven to right field. And an RBI single on the hit and run. And Maryville now with a 4-run lead. That brings up Will Hubble. Hubble 3 for 4, 2 RBIs, 2 runs scored, and a home run. And now a runner on first for Maryville. Stretch their lead to 4 runs. First pitch called strike. And the 0-1. Driven shallow center field. Jucker comes a long way to make that play for out number 3. We'll head to the 7th inning stretch with your score. 13-9, Maryville on top. So the switch hitting Daquan Davenport batting from the right side against the left-handed pitcher from Maryville, Rodriguez. So we'll see how this matchup transpires. Rodriguez with some velocity, swing and a miss there. 1-1 the count. Two balls, one strike. Rodriguez versus Davenport. Davenport fouls that off. Two the count. Bottom inning number 7. Tornadoes trailing by 4. Davenport, sharp grounder, handled by the shortstop for out number 1. So that'll bring up Ryan Roon, Tornadoes' second baseman. The pitch from Rodriguez. Outside, ball 1. Roon out of Dallas, Georgia. North Paulding High School. And the 1-1. Fouled off, 1-2. Well, game 3 of the 3-game series tomorrow, 1 p.m. As that's fouled off. Hope you can join us once again for that. If you're in the area, come on out to Gil Cohen Field on the campus of Brevard College and enjoy your Sunday afternoon as that's grounded to short for out number 2. So I'll bring up Holden Lanier. And the pitch from Rodriguez. First pitch swinging's Lanier. 4-3 on the putout. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Maryville. We'll head to the top of the 8th. Maryville 13, Brevard 9. So we head to the top of the 8th. Zane Beaver remains on the mound for the Tornadoes. Colton Hicks, your batter. Maryville leading 13-9. As that's fouled off. One the count. This is blasted into left center field. However, Atkinson there for out number 1. That'll bring up the catcher, Jack Shuttleworth, with 1 out here in top of inning number 8. That pitch well outside, ball 1. Two 0 now the count. Grounder to short. And it'll be an infield base hit for Shuttleworth. So after the Shuttleworth single, that'll bring up Ian Campbell. Beaver with the pickoff throw to first. Shuttleworth able to shuffle back. And another infield base hit. Now runners first and second. So some hard luck there for Zane Beaver. That'll bring up Jimmy Meredith, the leadoff hitter. Runners first and second and 1 out. As Beaver goes back to work. Double play ball for the Tornadoes, trying to turn it 4 to 6 to 3, and yes, they do. So we'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Your score: Maryville 13, Brevard 9. Jack Atkinson to the plate for the Tornadoes. They're in the bottom of inning number 8. Defensive substitution for Maryville, number 3, Matthew Petzelt. It's the new left fielder. So Atkinson at the plate as the Rodriguez outing continues, the left-hander. That's put into play. Close play at first, but out. Out number 1. That'll bring up Bo Sheely, the left fielder, leadoff hitter for the Tornadoes, with 1 down here in inning number 8. The pitch from Rodriguez, outside low, ball 1. Three-0 the count to Sheely. The pitch from Rodriguez. Sheely, grounder up the middle. And that'll be an infield base hit for Bo Sheely. So that'll bring up Zach Allison with a runner at first. 1 out. A 13-9 advantage for the Scots. First pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball from Rodriguez. The 0-1 fouled back, 0-2, so Rodriguez ahead of Allison. Pitcher's count here. Strike 3, Rodriguez with the strikeout. That'll bring up Jason Jucker, 3-hole hitter and starting shortstop for the Tornadoes. He takes a pitch. Strike 1. Rodriguez, as that's sliced into foul territory, out number 3. Rodriguez has been very effective in relief. Now 3 innings pitched, no runs allowed, 1 hit allowed. We'll head to the top of the 9th. Maryville 13, Brevard 1. So top of inning number 9 as Gabe Lopez sends that into left field. First pitch swinging, makes contact, base hit to left. So with Lopez at first after the single to left field, here's Hurt. Zane Beaver continues his relief appearance on the mound for the Tornadoes. The pitch from Beaver, first pitch swinging is Hurt. Oh, 1 the count to Hurt. Outside, ball 1. Base runner on first, Lopez. Hurt, your batter. The pitch from Beaver. Fouled back, 1-2. Well, you've got 3 opportunities to see the Tornadoes in the coming days. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. versus this Maryville club. Monday versus Hampton Sydney at 3 p.m. And Wednesday, March the 11th, 3 p.m. versus Emory and Henry. Runner going, that's chopped foul. Following those 3 home games, a trip at Huntington, and then a 3-game series March 20th through 22nd versus Pfeiffer here at Gil Cohen Field. Runners now at the corners for Maryville here in the top of the 9th. That'll bring up the designated hitter Alden Wright. Runners first and third, no outs. Runner going, now a double steal, kind of a delay type effect, and safe at home. So on the double steal, the ruling at the home plate safe. So 14-9 now your score on the double steal. One of those kind of delayed double steals where the base runner at third waits for the throw to try to cut off the runner at second, and then successfully steals home on the double steal. A hotly contested play. Obviously the Brevard College faithful not happy about the call at the plate, but meanwhile, here's a base hit to right that's going to score another run. It's going to be a double. So a pinch runner Hollingsworth at second, and he quickly steals third on the very first opportunity he gets. And also our first look at the plate at Matthew Petzold, who was inserted into left field at the beginning of the last inning. Petzold pops this up to second for out number 1. Now batting the first baseman, number 12, Will Hubble. That'll bring up Will Hubble, who way back in that second inning hit a home run. Oh, 1 now the count to Hubble. Maryville led by 9. The Tornadoes cut the deficit to 10-9. As Hubble now puts this into play, that's in the gap in left center field. It's going to be a double for Hubble, and a run scores. 16-9 now your score. That'll bring up Colton Hicks. As he swings at the first pitch, a base hit to left, that's going to score another run. Now 17-9, the 4th run of the frame for the Scots. So new pitcher for the Tornadoes will be Alex Winchester. And also a change in the outfield. Jacques Pledger goes to left field for the Tornadoes. So sophomore Alex Winchester from Swannanoa, North Carolina, on the mound for the Tornadoes here in this ninth inning, trying to stop the bleeding after the Scots scored four runs here in the top of the ninth, have extended their lead to 8, 17-9. And the pitch. In the dirt, runner advances to second. So now another runner in scoring position for the Scots. The 2-1. Outside, 3-1. This is ripped foul. 3-2 the count. Ball 4, runners first and second for Maryville. Runners first and second, 1 out. Alex Winchester at the plate. Ian Campbell, the hitter. And the pitch from Winchester. Campbell grounds it to Jucker. And the Tornadoes trying to turn the double play, end up getting the runner at second on the fielder's choice, 2 down. I'll bring up Jimmy Meredith, who fouls that off. Meredith 2 for 5 with a walk. This is his 7th plate appearance. And the 0-1. Outside, ball 1. Well, the Tornado softball hits the road for a spring break trip to North Myrtle Beach. Brevard College men's and women's tennis hits the road for a spring break trip to a spectacular facility in Orlando, the United States Tennis Association headquarters. So good luck to both those teams, who will get a bunch of contests in during the spring break. And then a runner going and now caught in a rundown, and once again Maryville trying the double steal techniques, but ends up with the runner at third being held, so the run was prevented this time. However, runner advances from first to second, so now runners second and third with 2 outs. Tornadoes track and field got things started this weekend at Pembroke, North Carolina. And the cycling team with its gravel racing debut along with some road cycling action in Atlanta. Full count, 2 outs, swing and a miss. Winchester able to get the strikeout to end the top of the ninth. We'll head to the bottom of the ninth. Maryville 17, Brevard 9. J.J. Wilkes will lead things off in the bottom of the ninth against Anthony Rodriguez. Rodriguez has been superb. 3 innings pitched, no runs allowed, and 1 hit allowed. One the count to Wilkes. Matt Kelly on deck. And the 1-2. Low, outside, ball 2. Chopped foul, 2-2 the count. Pitch from Rodriguez. Gets Wilkes looking, out number 1. That'll bring up Matt Kelly, the Tornadoes catcher, who was inserted in the late innings for Christian Ezel. Takes a strike from Rodriguez. 0-1 the count to Kelly. 1-1 now the count, as that's high and outside. Swing and a miss there, 1-2. So with 2 down, here's Tristan Robinson. His 3rd career at bat. the freshman from Morganton, North Carolina. And a pinch hitting opportunity here. 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. The pitch from Rodriguez. Rodriguez in line for the save. Pitching 3+ innings in relief to close out this game. Kind of a quirky part of the save rule that doesn't get called into play too often. But well deserved for Rodriguez. 2-1 the count with 2 outs. The pitch to Robinson outside, ball 3. So your final score, 17-9, Maryville wins game 2 after winning game 1, 6-1. Maryville with a parade of hits in this one, 25 hits, 17 runs and 4 errors. The Tornadoes 9 runs, 9 hits and 1 error. Maryville ran out to a 9-0 lead. The Tornadoes scored 6 runs in the bottom of the 4th. Later cut the deficit to 10-9. But then 7 unanswered runs by Maryville closed out this game to get the doubleheader sweep over the Tornadoes. 6-1 in game number 1, 17-9 in game number 2. Hope to see you here at Gil Cohen Field, or perhaps tuning in to check out the broadcast tomorrow at 1 p.m. when these two teams face off for game 3 of this USA South Conference Series. Thanks to all who made this afternoon of baseball possible. Go Tornadoes.